both feel we're living worlds apart. It's fucked now, we lost in limbo. Remembering what you said though, and I asked you if we'd make it far. That one last kiss that they write about, my one last wish you could never doubt. I trust angels who fly away from you, and you told me that we'd never die. Gave me so many reasons why we were meant to be. Then she said no, 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 no. No, 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 no. You showed I've earned the cost, and now I've paid it. Oh no, no, no. Oh please don't go. I know my face a memory erasing. Been a few years since I heard your voice, yeah. Lost a few here, but it's not by choice, no. Girl, I see your face every day when I look through my phone. Can't delete all these memories, won't leave me alone. Hit my blind side, never saw it coming. You were so wild, both know I was nothing. And I'm nothing now, nothing's changed. You know I'm just the same. Miss you now, but I hope that someday you explain. That one last kiss that they write about, my one last wish you could never doubt. I trust angels who fly away from you, and you told me that we'd never die. Gave me so many reasons why we were meant to be.
Good morning, my friends. How is everyone doing? Hope you are doing well. So I am on the road again, we are about to start the Alec Murdaugh trial today. We get a full day, hopefully, on the stand with the prosecution. Thank you so much, Jody. Good to see everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button so more people can be notified. We can get that algorithm going and hopefully do a little something. So how's everyone doing? Hope you are well. Yes, hit that thumbs up. We are keeping a very close eye this morning on little Joshua JJ. Yes, Evelyn talked to Bullhorn Betty, and she is on the ground there. But, you know, the police have said that there is no foul play expected at this time, so that is what we are going to report. I have questions, though. I do have questions. And hopefully we will learn more today. Good morning, Mr. Pork, sunny side up from heaven. Daily Shellbell, good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for joining. Today it should be fire. Fire in that courtroom is what I'm expecting. So let's go ahead and share it. The court should start probably in the next just little bit. Yeah. From heaven, we are all praying for JJ. But, you know, the question I have, Alex was struggling yesterday. You know, I see you. I really feel like maybe he's regretting taking the stand. I don't know. Just a thought. Surely hope that he doesn't get in the courtroom. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry, Kristen. But yeah, when it comes to, every time I hear Joshua JJ, I think of Joshua JJ Vallow, but we're talking about a new Joshua JJ. And from what I am hearing, the mother did not have custody of little Joshua JJ, and that, to me, raises more questions. Why? Um, he hopes to be found not guilty. I believe he is rehearsed. Yes. He might be rehearsed, but you know, this is the thing. You can rehearse on the stand, but you can, they can ask you a question, and then you can say, oh, well, you don't remember this? Here, pop that right in your face. Or, uh, like they were doing yesterday, he was reminding Alex of a lot of stuff. But I want to talk about JJ while we're waiting just a few moments for the court to kick off. With JJ, this was supposed to be the first, from what I'm gathering, this is hearsay right now what I'm talking about. So I want to be very clear about that. But from what I have heard, this is supposed to have been the first visit that JJ's mother had done in a while with JJ. My question is, why, is that normal that she would still be asleep, or does it not have anything to do with it at all? I would think, if I had a visit with my son and he wasn't in my custody, I would be very excited and be up and have things ready and, ready to, I don't know, it's just something that I would do, but, I'm not everybody else either. And the babysitter is supposed to have been someone related to JJ's mother. Now, yesterday, JLR was out very late last night on uh, while they were searching, they found a sippy cup and stuff. That sippy cup is not related at all with JJ. So that has been confirmed. That sippy cup has not been tied to JJ whatsoever. What else was I going to say? Oh, and the dad, I guess the dad and the mom are not together now. The dad has a new girlfriend or wife. I don't know what their relationship status is. Who has full custody of JJ? Yes, I saw Doug from Northport. I actually went and fell asleep watching him. Is it true there are only down to like 3 jurors? That's the that is the reserve jurors. Yes, they found a footprint by the sippy cup too. Yes, not related. I was up watching him. Yes, yeah. Maybe because I'm so into true crime, but I'm seeing red flags, and I think we are going to find out more. Potentially. Yeah, exactly, Bunny. Those are the reserves. You always have, and thank God that they did have reserves, because I think 1 or 2 caught COVID, and another one, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, wasn't feeling well, was at the doctor. You did too, Mama Boss. Good morning, that 80s chick. Yeah. So we're just going to have to make sure. Yeah, that's on. Okay. I don't know, but as far as the mother and stuff, you know, I haven't seen anybody talk to her yet, which, I mean, she's looking for her son, and that's the main thing right now. That I know one said he was only given 3 weeks off from work, so he had to. Oh wow, didn't know that. Now, what was I going to say? I lose my thoughts so easy. It's bad. Uh, but JJ, he is barefoot. So my question is, how far can a 2.5-year-old boy go that is barefooted, has no food, no hydration, um, he has no caloric intake. So he's going to be hungry, very thirsty, and he's only going to have energy for so long. We are reaching 16 hours now, 16 hours. And that's a long time for a 2.5-year-old child not to eat, not to have any fluids, and to be barefoot. I will not lay down or rest or go to sleep at night until I know my grands are sleeping. They have to be supervised, especially the 2-year-old. I have alarms on my doors and windows too. Same. I have same. Uh, I still think he's guilty. Oh, Bonnie, couldn't agree more. When it comes to Alec Murdaugh, I wholeheartedly think he is guilty. I think he is a very good master manipulator. Second of all, he knows how to play the jury. He knows what to say. Good morning, good morning. He knows what to say, and he knows how to look at the jury, how to gain sympathy. This is what he did for a living. And people will tell you that knew him. Even the other attorneys said he could lie to you and you wouldn't think anything of it. The uncle with JR researcher and said JJ 15 gone. She works nights and delivery that night. The uncle with JR searcher and said JJ 15 gone. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I'm glad they have, yes, hundreds already been out there. That, yeah, I think that they get along fine. The train Betty's going through, I don't see a 2-year-old going through that. I don't. They're going to take the path of least resistance, first of all. What about diapers? See, you don't know if he's still in diapers. Probably is, but that that diaper is going to have fell off by now. I think he's Lisa. When it comes to Alec, I believe that there are way more bodies than we know. Way more bodies than we know. JJ is hiding from comfort somewhere. He has got lost walking. Yeah, I don't think JJ. How far can you go? You're 2.5 without shoes. Like, if he is around there, good morning, Ricky. Good to see you. I don't understand his reasoning. Like, why are they trying to accomplish by offing them. Do you mean Alec? Well, the reason he offed them is because Maggie got a forensic accountant. There have been rumors that they were divorcing, but mainly because Mallory Beach and the other kids is on the boat. They requested his financial records, and that would have exposed him from stealing millions from lots of people. And he did this for sympathy, to get rid of that case, and hopefully
all rise. Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. Let's bring the jury.
I see you there. Okay, no, there's no sound.
Thank you. Good morning. Day number 24. Cross-examination. You may proceed.
May it please the court. Morning, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning, Mr. Waters.
All right, let's see if we can move forward with this a little bit. See if we can go back to some things we may be able to agree on.
All right, sir.
All right. First thing is that the money you were stealing, in addition to your income and the money you were borrowing, was not just to pay for drugs. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
All right. And would you agree that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you admit that your stealing increased in particular after the boat wreck?
No, sir. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it, but I don't. As I sit here today, I don't think I took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Okay.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case, then that's the case. But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And I'm just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday. All right.
I understand.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that in 2019 alone, you stole about $3.7 million?
No, I think that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me, though, that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since 2011?
In any year, sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall, the whole cycle. But
All right.
yeah, I would agree that in 2019, I stole more money than any other year.
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on, your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself, but as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years, you have some really lean years. And no, I think I had some good years, maybe not the, $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there. And my caseload was such that, I had, one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir. And so, I think it was cyclical. So I don't, without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay. So you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again, those records will speak for themselves.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that in 2014, your reported income was over $1 million?
The objection's overruled.
Reported income, like tax-wise, or reported? I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you'd like to see
I
it.
trust you, Mr. Waters. So,
All right. I appreciate that. All right. 2015, would you agree that your reported income was over $2 million?
again, I don't dispute that.
All right. 2016, reported income, $900,000.
Okay,
2017, reported income, $218,000.
okay,
2018, reported income of $749,000, roughly.
okay,
And 2019, reported income of $655,000.
okay. And see, I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal? And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years as a general matter.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend
Right.
that I took money from my clients.
We've gone through that. And I
Well,
think
but you
we
keep
agree with
asking
that.
me
I'm
about
asking
that.
you if your income.
You can finish your answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about, still care about, a lot of them that I love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
We've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you, Mr. Murdaugh, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like, okay? I agree, you've testified to that multiple times, all right? So let me ask you this. During this time that your income was what we just went through, and you conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or for more than the last decade.
All
So
right.
yes, sir, I agree with that.
Yeah, but as we moved to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out? Yes or no? As we moved to June of 2021.
So in June of 21,
Sure.
yes,
All right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow six figures from your law partners?
Well, I borrowed money from a law partner,
Which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker. Okay. And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back?
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. You know, I see that.
All right.
So I don't dispute that.
All right. And would you agree that you also, when you needed money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your father, Mr. Randolph?
I did.
And would you also agree that over the years, particularly as we moved to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that. If that's what the records show.
All right. And you just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree with me that as we moved to June of 2021, at least in liquid funds, you were running out of money.
In liquid funds, is in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could, liquid funds. You're a lawyer, you know what liquid means. Were you
Well,
running out of
I don't
money?
know what you mean by liquid, Mr.
Okay.
Waters, and so
Money you could readily access, assets that you could readily access to pay your ever increasing debts.
no, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I do not agree with that,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why.
All right.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All right,
about?
let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, you know, I could borrow money from my father.
Mhm.
I could borrow money from Johnny Parker.
Mhm.
I could go to the bank and borrow money. I had substantial equity in the Edisto house,
Okay.
as we've talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So, you know, that definitely was in both of our names. Moselle was in Maggie's name. There's substantial equity in that could have been borrowed against. So under the terms as you defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access to, I disagree with
Okay.
on that, for those reasons that I just said.
Can we at least agree that generally the way the compensation structure for legitimate money that you earned in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does not come except in one lump sum in December? Can we agree to that?
Right, we get a salary. We would receive a salary. I believe our salary was $125,000.
Right.
And then the income that was earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
All right. And then would you agree with me that that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021? Because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds.
I think there's probably a lot of reasons why I stole those funds, but I certainly would believe or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me that the $792,000 that you stole of those Ferris funds, that you exhausted those within about 2 months?
I don't know the time period, but I know that I exhausted them.
Now, again, I'm trying to get through this quickly because there's a lot more to talk about, obviously. But we went through a number of questions yesterday about the various clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that? the back and forth we had yesterday? Do you remember all that?
Sure I do.
Okay. All right. And so I'm going to try to shortchange this, but I think it's important that we at least say the names of the people that were involved. But let's just do this to see if we can.
To the comment, Your Honor, inappropriate.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. The clients that we're talking about, these are all real people, yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients-
people.
Okay.
They're all people that I care about, that I cared about then. And a lot of them are people that I love.
Okay.
And I did wrong by them.
Yes, you hurt the people that you love, I know. So,
Same.
these were all people, every single one of them, that you at least had a personal conversation with at some point during the course of your representation.
All of my
About the
clients.
representation.
Absolutely. I had multiple conversations with all of my clients.
And these were people, every single one of them, real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
Your Honor, 403, repetitive, cumulative. We spent 2 hours doing this yesterday.
The simple questions that applies to everybody, and then I'm moving on.
Proceed.
I would have had conversations with all of my clients, and some of the conversations would have been on the telephone. I would have had conversations where I might not be looking them in the eye. I would have had plenty of conversations where I did look them in the eye.
All right. Every single one of them looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair?
Sure.
Every single one of them, you looked them in the eye and developed their trust in you. Is that true?
Every client that I had, at some point, I looked them in the eye, and I believed that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single client, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that the people that I stole money from for all those years trusted me.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as states 329, I believe it is, and 314. And I'm just going to ask you to peruse those spreadsheets really quickly. And what you got a chance to do that, let me know. I'll have one or two questions about that.
All right, so I'm sorry. What was your question?
I just asked you to look at them. Have you had a chance to review those documents?
I have.
All right. And would you agree with me that every single name on here are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well?
I agree with that.
All right. So we don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree?
Mr. Waters, like I've told you, I'll go through whatever you want to go through, but each one of those clients is just what we've already talked about. Good people, fine people, upstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did, and I do still care about. And many of them I love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett Boulware?
Absolutely. It's a perfect example.
And you stole from Barrett Boulware.
I did.
You recall a conversation that you had with Ronnie Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him.
Say, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall that conversation, but, I knew Barrett was sick. Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett is and was dear to me as a friend. But, Barrett and I had a long history. I guess really, and I lied probably more by omission, lies by omission in stealing that money. But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations and looking people in the eye. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, when I stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission. And Barrett and I had such a history, these real estate deals that you're asking me about. Barrett was one of my good friends, and we had been in these real estate deals together. Barrett was just an interesting person. He was a shrimper. He was born and raised in Allendale County, and he moved down to the coast. And
Mr. Murdaugh.
as shrimping,
Mr. Murdaugh, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
no, but it's important
Let
to
me just
understand
ask
this
you
based on the
this.
question you asked.
I don't think his entire life story is responsible, Your Honor.
Cranky Pants,
And I'm
thank
not
you for
intending to give
becoming
his
a
life story. I'm just
member.
telling you a little background.
Go
so
ahead,
you'll
tell us
understand
about
this.
your friend that you stole.
Thank you.
So Barrett started
Anybody else want to
getting
become a
into
member?
real estate, and he was really good at it. And so I started getting involved with him in that. He could go out and find pieces of property that were really cheap, get them and sell them and make money. Well, we got in some of these deals, and we got in as Barrett and it was some other people. Well, when the recession hit, one of the reasons these land deals caused me trouble is because the people that I was in these deals with no longer could pay. Whereas I might have gone in and I was a 20% person. I'm now all of a
The only
sudden,
donut I have is right
either
here.
I have to default at the bank and affect credit, affect ability to borrow, or I have to pay 100%. And so that's what I did. I paid 100%. And so there were years where
that's
I
love
was
and care.
paying
Who needs
instead
it?
of a fifth or a half, I'm paying the whole thing. And it equated to hundreds of thousands, it equated to millions of dollars, which is one of the ways why I ended up with the Moselle property, because I had paid more than $1 million in
Tracy,
monies for
became a
Barrett,
member.
and that was
Thank
part
you,
of the
Tracy.
deal and the trade. in
Anybody
me
else want to
purchasing
become a member?
Moselle.
So what you're telling me is you felt like you were entitled to steal from him.
No. You know what? I will tell you this, that, you know, when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying.
Y'all welcome your new
And
sisters.
I'm not saying that makes it right by any means, because it's not. It's wrong. I've said that 100 times. But when I was doing it, and I was as addicted as I was, and the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that you know, to be able to look yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself. And I guess self-justification for these bad things, you know, I guess is what I was doing. But, you know, Barrett had owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him. So it was a lie by
1,600
omission.
acres.
All right. All these people on these two exhibits, these were real people that needed this money. Is that correct?
I'm sure they did.
But it was more important to you that you stole their
Money.
on top
They're
of
suing.
the
They were wrong.
40% of legal fees that you were taking.
Repetitive.
I've never asked that question.
I stole their money.
It was more important to you than their needs. Is that correct?
Objection.
Objections overruled.
I don't remember sitting down and calculating, okay, is this more important? You know, one of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters, is, and this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear. I don't, as I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was, I may ask a partner, okay, how much is this case worth? And if one of my partners, and I may not even give them all the real facts, okay? So if they said this case is worth $100,000, okay, and I go out and I get them $300,000, you know, that's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications that I used in looking back on this.
If he'll
that I
lie
don't know
like
how I did.
like that to
So
people
to
he
sit
cares
down and
about,
say, did
imagine
I
what he'll
evaluate
do
that they needed the money
to a jury.
more than I
He's
did?
gonna lie,
You
in
know,
my opinion.
I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
Okay, I think I understand. I'd asked you a series of questions yesterday about at least relating one conversation you had with one of these clients. And I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye and lying to him?
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye on many occasions.
And lying to him?
Yeah.
Lying to his family?
I lied to his family. I don't know if I did it in person, but I know I had phone conversations with him where I lied to him.
Let's talk a little bit about the pills, if we can.
Okay.
And you've already testified, as have other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right. And you were also able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to do things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Depends on a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone, that probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which is made of oxycodone. It's just time release. I would have been taking anywhere from 1,500 milligrams maybe to maybe 1,000 or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
And how many pills is that?
It depends on the strength.
Well, let's say it's the
Of the
30s that you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if I had 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
100?
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that? I mean,
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I took less than that.
and how would you take them during the course of the day? I mean, how many are you taking at one time? How frequent in this time period, let's say January to June?
You know, there's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was, I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this. This is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an
Mr.
OxyContin.
Murdaugh, can I ask you to answer my question, and I'll let you explain all you want. And my question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please, and if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like as I was saying, the first one OxyContin made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it was a really, really, really strong one. And so, you know, one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills. So, but anyway, as I took more and more, and over the years, it just, you know, you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And so what might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, you know, some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, you know, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. You know, it made me want to do it longer. You know, to go on a drive, it made driving, it just at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much just to keep, it got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to June. So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then, Mr. Waters.
All right, can you just give me one example of a day during that time period? I mean,
Sure.
I mean, did you start at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever time you got up and take one and then one every 30 minutes? I mean,
Well, no,
I've given you a chance to explain. So
it would
now
totally
be
depend.
specific.
It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So starting a day, one of the main things that this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills and how many I had taken. And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during the night and take them? So, you know, let's just say that it had been a while since I took any and I slept and I woke up. All right. Then I would immediately, first thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times if you slept and hadn't taken pills, you'd wake up and you could tell the beginnings of those. I'm not going to say they were really withdrawals, but that agitation that you feel when you don't take it, and you could tell it. So you had to take it right away. And so I would start off, first thing I would do would take pills.
And that's how strong the withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yes, I mean, but that's just agitation's the tip of the iceberg when
Let's
it
talk about that
comes
just a
to
little bit.
withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your what's been played for the jury and the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly that, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
I mean, you're sick. I mean, you're physically, you know, you are physically sick. It's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. I mean, you can't get up. And that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation and, fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was. But it starts with that, and then it goes to, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. I mean, you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up and move around. And I mean, it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and I mean, you can't control yourself. You have, diarrhea, like you have food poisoning. You throw up. You're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens, if not hundreds. It's so many, I can't tell you.
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to
try to self-detox.
Oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid. How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was, as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
a long
week,
time.
A month, a long time?
No. It was as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time, but
How long would you have these paranoid thoughts?
I usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was something, again, my whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th. On June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. So I always had them on me, and I might be going to Edisto, and I turn on Hampton Street right out here, and a police car pulls out. Boom, I have paranoid thoughts. But I could always say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you. And I could get past it in a matter of seconds.
Did anybody in your family ever see you having these severe withdrawals?
Absolutely.
And who did?
Mags, Pawpaw, Bus, my dad, Randy, John Marvin. And just to be clear, Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals before September. They
So
saw
who-
me,
And I thank you for clarifying that. Prior to June of 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Pawpaw, Maggie, my dad.
Do you remember calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive, so I heard
think you said
Miriam.
that during one of your interviews.
I heard Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it, but I mean, Paul was always that way, but that what led him to be called a little detective, certainly there were times when Paul found pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
You recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you,
I did.
which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag.
Right.
Tell me about what happened after
You
that.
asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was Maggie that found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Paul is the one who reached out to you, correct?
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery I don't know what day it was, but days before that, the day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery. I can't remember, but I had a cataract taken out, outpatient. You go in for a couple hours and you come out. And it was during COVID. And so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the doctor's office. And so she sat in the car. And I had left pills in the computer bag and sitting out there bored. I guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
All right. And so she obviously told Paul, and Paul texted you, correct? About finding those pills
That's correct.
in May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
No,
They did not.
no, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
All right. They had been watching you like a hawk for years. Is that correct?
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct.
This time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found pills or Maggie found pills. Is that correct?
Now, there were a number of times where Mags found pills, Paw found pills, Bus found pills. I mean, it was an ongoing, it was just an ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
No, sir, not at that point in time.
They just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on, I can't remember exactly when it was, but there'd been a previous occasion a good while back where there'd been a previous occasion where either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, you know, I was back on the pills. And
When was this occasion?
we had a long talk. As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had a long talk. And we'd agreed, I had agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed at home with Maggie's help. I detoxed at home with doctor's help. Detoxed on my own, tried to, and it just detoxing just didn't work. It just, you could detox, but you couldn't, no, not you, I couldn't stay off of them. And so I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab. And and on this particular occasion, Paul knew that his mom worried about me so much with pills that on this particular occasion, I think that Paul convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she would not worry that I was once again.
So you're talking about, now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that? Or are you talking about a different time?
I'm not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact. This is what happened.
All right, we're hearing that now, correct?
Hearing what now?
What you just said.
Well, you just asked me this. Mr. Waters, if you keep making an issue about the first time you hearing these things, when I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details to help y'all go through these financial things. And up until the time that y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never give Jim Griffin a response to our invitations to sit down and meet with you.
So you're telling me I never responded to Jim Griffin? Is that what you're saying here today?
I'm telling you.
Are you saying that you ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
What I'm telling you,
answer my
Mr.
question
Waters,
first, please, sir. Answer my question first. Did you ever reach out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and tell that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
Did I ever reach out to law enforcement
Did you-
to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not. What
This is the Fifth Amendment line.
Pardon?
This questioning about him volunteering information on these charges violates his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
You brought it up.
The objection's overruled.
What I did was, so,
Answer
yeah,
my question first, sir.
Your Honor, for the record, he did not bring it. He was talking about financial
Sit down,
stuff.
Mr. Gibson.
Yes or no question. Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
no, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because you would not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I'd done wrong. And to talk about bringing this to a head, to talk about bringing this to closure. I understand how many people I hurt. I understand how angry my partners are and how hurt they are. And I understand how hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are. And one of the things that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying to sit down with y'all to talk to y'all,
Okay.
and never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests.
Yes, sir, multiple requests. I would ask about this,
Murdaugh.
let's ask this,
sir.
sir.
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the jury about the kennels until yesterday? Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
Listen, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And these were the same law partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
I'm sure I was. When are you talking about?
On June 8th in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the kennel story either. And they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday.
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard
First
it.
time Johnny Parker ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes,
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday.
yes. Yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
if he was listening. And Mr. Waters, just to be clear, I was begging for a meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul. Now, after that point in time, I stopped, obviously.
You're claiming that you were begging for a meeting and but you admit information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife was.
Was conveyed or not because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough.
what
You don't
I
know
was
what-
trying to do was to sit down. I understood to bring all this to a close that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things. all of these things that I'd done wrong, and to try to bring that to a close, I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Okay. You've done that over and over again over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Waters, have we established, I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out, that was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Would you agree with me? That your own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22 on national television?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, in jail, we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited. So
your own lawyers, at least as late as November 22, didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in and saying, yeah, that's him on that video.
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, violates attorney-client privilege communication. Totally improper. Totally improper.
Yes, sir. Response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel with, or alleged communications with the prosecution.
He didn't.
There's no attorney-client privilege to national television interviews. The objection is overruled.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
You said you were unaware of that national television interview. Is that what you said? You were
Unaware of what national television interview?
The one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The only national TV ad that I'm aware of is program is one that Mr. Griffin was involved in. Are you referring to like a Dateline something?
I'm talking about HBO.
Okay, HBO. All right, so yeah, I am aware of that. And what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021.
Well, let's talk.
At least what I understand to be the case.
All right, let's talk some more about your testimony from yesterday. And you're telling this jury, even on something as clear as a skin on video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again.
I said, you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue. Let's talk about the confrontation on June the 7th with Jeannie Seconder, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
I think what I testified to is that, to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seconder and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard. I know I could see it. I could see the hurt that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, she believes that that's the case after all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June the 7th, when she came to me, she was almost apologetic. You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this. And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money. In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe, like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil boat case. But that conversation was so quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit, make your story fit with those facts by saying, it wasn't a big deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's not
what
what I'm saying.
Stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that to me, on that day, that was not a confrontation. It ended almost as quickly as it began, and I didn't think about it again for a period of time until after everything happened.
You testified earlier, you get paranoid if a police officer turns out behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees?
No, because
I believe you took them?
No, things like that wouldn't cause the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking. It was always related to pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me.
It was always related to pills.
Do they know something? Did something somebody said? It was, the times that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay. And you testified the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it. No big deal. Correct?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel. I believe is what I
Are
said.
you saying on this jury that you didn't testify yesterday that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it.
Okay.
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the venue motion it was a big issue in the case.
Were you concerned enough about it to bow up on Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, "What are you doing, Bo?"
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
If the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June 7th, you're not going to be able to borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time, if the Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money.
Okay.
If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
You testified earlier about going to the Gamecock baseball game on the weekend prior to Monday, June the 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Hold on for me real quick.
Sir?
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as stage 572 to this trial. You got your readers with you, or your glasses. And first, I just want you to look through that document and then answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
Waters. Someone wants something, so if you'll stand for a moment. Everybody stand for a moment. We come to order.
May it please the court. Have you had a chance to review that, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recognize what those are generally?
I do.
And what are they?
Text between Maggie and I.
And what day did they take place?
June the 6th.
June the 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer states 572 in evidence.
Objection.
To admit without objection.
All right. Tell the jury, where were you when these texts were taking place?
I was in the hotel,
And what city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
And where?
Uh, I'm not exactly sure where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between the hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you send this text on June 6th at 11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right. And they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
All right. And then you respond, better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then. Is that correct?
That's what that text says. Yes, sir.
All right. So you're back at the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it. See you in a little bit. Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
She responds, don't come, but then asks about the charger and says it's hot. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly. So, yes, sir.
She eventually responds, not crowded, but not the place to come if you don't feel well. Very hot and muggy. We are inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
And then you respond, Dodgy, by accident, they are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you'd gotten an extended checkout, correct?
It appears so.
And the reality is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to.
All right. And the reality is that your wife and your son were on you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Let's talk about June 7th, okay? You got up that morning, or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up and looking at the records. Obviously, I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case, was primarily what I was working on, that we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in. And there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing, Danny Henderson, my partner that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement. And I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's primary, what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie.
Okay. And what time did you leave?
And I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd
And-
left earlier than that, but I mean, the records seemed to be pretty clear.
All right. And you were, in fact, I think you said in many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well. Your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared the financial statement, which took me a little bit of time to get the details on that. But I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
And looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
Then you and Paul rode the property?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a 22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
That I'd never seen a blackout?
At that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right. The hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right. What a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the 300 blackout with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property.
The gun that's in here,
Any rifle.
there was no 300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a 22.
And that was a 22 pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree, is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman
that.
came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, well, let me ask you this. When did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there. All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying. Is that right?
I beat him to the house?
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before you or there after you?
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at the shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
Okay.
And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about to this jury?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talk to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so
Left your clothes on the floor.
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me, given what Blanca's said, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
All right. About what time was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
Then you're saying Maggie was already there at that point.
Hold on. What? Okay. Hold on. Okay, let's go to WFLA 1 second.
This is unbelievable. Chris Martinez joining us here in the Stream Center, and I'm not going to get emotional. This is news you pray for. This is what it's all about. Yeah. You want there to be resolution. You see now we have some officers and some deputies that are walking by, and we'll go full screen here. And actually, no, we're going to tap the touchscreen and go this way. Yep, to Sheriff Al Nienhuis. Let's listen in here live. We'll bring up audio full.
Bring up the photo. Hey, Jose. John. Lieutenant.
Wow.
I don't think so. I have to go live here. The young man? Yeah, of the well.
A couple of stations need a minute or two to get up and running.
Okay. Sheriff Spencer.
Hey, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We are standing by for an update from Sheriff Al Nienhuis. Again, for those of you just joining us here on WFLA Now,
We're trying. Yeah.
Sheriff Al Nienhuis is about to confirm that missing 2-year-old JJ Rowland has been found alive. Chris, we were live when we saw that law enforcement activity heading west down Yonks, and now we're about to get this confirmation, the confirmation we've been praying for.
What's going on? And perhaps they had found something, and now we know that they did. And from what we understand, JJ just has some scratches on him. That's what we're hearing right now, that he is safe, that he is not injured in any way that is beyond the scratches. That's what our reporters are telling us right now from the scene. So we're going to get more from the sheriff here in just a minute. An incredible ending to this story, JB. A lot of people really thinking the worst here.
All of us.
Yeah.
It's only natural 24 hours later to start to fear the worst. Everyone has on the ground here at WFLA. I mean, we're all just on pins and needles waiting for an update. That update is moments away, and it's the update
Ginger,
we've been praying for. Here's Beth.
There, I need you to talk to me, please.
So she is talking with our control room here at WFLA to they're waiting on the green light so that we are live across both
Hey,
on
Linda,
air
if
and
you're
online.
listening to this, can you ask Ginger how long until we're in the show?
The 11 o'clock newscast, a show that Chris has anchored many a times, is about 90 or so seconds away from getting started. So we can be live on air in 90 seconds. So they're just waiting for the top of the hour for this press conference. But my goodness, Chris.
Praise the Lord. The press conference is about to start.
This is just incredible. I'm just going to say it's just incredible.
It's really something. And, we'll find out here shortly if it was a volunteer who found JJ, if it was law enforcement, but certainly you saw all those people coming out to help with the search. And no doubt that was a big help this morning in locating this little boy. We're waiting to find out how far away from his home he was found, exactly where he was found. So the sheriff, no doubt, will speak to all that here in just a few minutes for us. But just an incredible ending to this story, to know that this little boy, 2 years old, only 2 years old, is safe and will now be taken to the hospital to get checked out and to be treated. And I'm sure at this point, hopefully, is being reunited if he hasn't already been reunited with his family.
I can smile again. We can all smile again. It's such a relief. We have been given the 60-second heads up that Sheriff Al Nienhuis is going to be addressing all media here, quite literally from the back of an opened law enforcement vehicle. We're standing by for us to be officially at 11 a.m. and into our broadcast here on WFLA. Let's listen in and go to this live. Listen in. This is Sheriff Al Nienhuis.
Good morning.
I know we've had a lot of bad news over the last 24 hours, but I'm happy to report that we had the best news that anybody could want. We have found JJ. He seems to be fine. Here's actually a picture of him behind me with one of the rescuers. He seems to be doing fine. Paramedics, literally, it was just a couple minutes ago, paramedics are en route to check him out. But I will tell you that I was hoping and praying for a miracle. I certainly was not expecting one, but I think a lot of people were praying, and prayer works. That's all I got to say. So thank you all for coming out and helping. And for our media partners, thank you all for getting the word out. We certainly had no clue what happened to him. He was found north of the residence, just south of Parrott Middle School. So he was quite a ways away from home. But the good news is he did not end up in any water, obviously, and he was not abducted. He was found in the woods. He seems to be fine. He's definitely going to have something to tell his kids and grandkids about, that's for sure. But I'm sure mom and dad are going to keep a little closer eye on him from this point forward. But again, thank you all very much, and it's a miracle. There's no doubt about it. So thank you.
Sheriff, who did find him?
That I'm not even sure about. I know there's a picture of a gentleman there. I'm not sure if it was one of our law enforcement people or one of our volunteers. I don't even know that yet. We wanted to get the information out there as quickly as we could. So
what's his condition right now?
Again, I'm not sure, but it looks from the picture that he's smiling, so he must be doing fairly well. So.
Sheriff, talk to us a little bit about this community that we saw come out here today.
We live in a great county. Hernando County is great. It supports our law enforcement, and we were overwhelmed. We certainly had a lot more volunteers than we had jobs for them, and we had people that were willing to come out and help, and it certainly warms your heart. That's another part of this story. A secondary part of the story is that the vast majority of citizens are good people, law-abiding citizens who want to do anything to get a 2-year-old back to his parents. So, all right. Any other questions? We'll get more information out as soon as we can, but we certainly wanted to update the public as well as all of our volunteers that they can stand down, and JJ appears to be fine, and we'll be reuniting him with his parents very shortly. So thank you all for coming out.
Sheriff, thank you so much. Again, you just heard from the Hernando County Sheriff, the outcome that everybody was hoping. Hundreds of volunteers that showed up here today. JJ has been found safe. That 2-year-old that the mother says wandered away from his home here in Brooksville while she was sleeping just yesterday. Extensive search efforts underway since that point. He has been found safe. They say it doesn't appear that he has any serious injuries. They say he was actually quite a ways away from his home. They're going to take him to the hospital. They're going to have him checked out just to make sure everything is okay. But the sheriff thanking this community for the turnout, the parents saying this is the biggest relief. So we're going to stay here, talk with the sheriff a little more, talk with some of these volunteers, but just the outcome everyone was hoping for.
The best news anyone can get.
On WFLA now. Here is JV Buno.
Best news.
Beth with a smile on her face. Let's go over to Eagle 8AG and see if there's anything that we can see from Eagle. Eagle is still heading to the scene, but Chris Martinez, JB Buno here with you live on WFLA now, and you'll have to forgive our ear-to-ear grins here because, my goodness, JJ, 2-year-old JJ will have more French fries. He'll have more pretzels and more red slushies as we've been seeing in this photo. Many more pretzels. Someone get this kid a pretzel immediately. Some French fries and just a cherry red slushie. Eagle just getting to the scene moments ago. Let's go live and see if we can see anything. Chris, we were live and we were pointing out that there all of a sudden seemed to be a good amount of law enforcement activity heading west down Yonts Road. That turned out to be something, a development, and the development that we were praying for. This is now believed to be the general area south of the middle school where JJ was found. I was doing a little bit of homework on Google Maps. It's about 1.5 miles away from the property, between 1 mile to 1.5 miles.
Incredible. And you can even hear with the sheriff speaking that he was getting a little emotional speaking about it, because you had to think at this point, a lot of law enforcement, they've seen situations like this that have not ended this way, and they were maybe starting to think the worst here.
It usually doesn't end that way,
some
guys.
grave concerns for this child. That's quite a distance for a 2-year-old to travel on foot by themselves at night.
And here we have an escort and applause. We have no audio on this feed, but look at the relief. look at the cheering that is going on for law enforcement and what they have done. And I'm very curious to find out who found JJ. What condition was he hiding? Was he lost and wandering around? But the fact that he was found is just absolutely surreal to me.
Curious too, if perhaps he is in one of the vehicles in that convoy there going home. As the sheriff said, he would be reunited here shortly with his parents. Is he here perhaps in that ambulance that we just saw, or is he actually en route to a hospital?
News possible.
Probably get some more
Great
clarity on that
day.
later on.
Yes, Nosy.
Really,
but you know what, though, maybe,
incredible.
and I'm just wondering here, could they be reuniting him with his parents just for that initial hug? And then
could be just to get him with his parents so they
just
can
to get him in his arms again.
Although it's sounding from what the sheriff has said and from that photo that we saw, as though certainly they'll want to check him out, but it doesn't sound as though he was injured to any degree that would need any sort of medical care per se, which is also, by the way, incredible in and of itself that a 2-year-old
survived overnight
and could travel that far on their own barefoot, by the way, because we've confirmed that he was barefoot.
Oh, family. This is family.
Okay,
let's listen in live.
You cannot. Every mama has lost a child before. Don't say you haven't. Every mother loses sight of her child for just a minute. It just takes a minute. Oh, all of the moms out here today. There was a mom I talked to today that lost her son in a drowning 23 years ago, and she was here today looking for this baby. It's incredible. It's incredible. I just want to hug Jamie. I want to hug Jamie.
And what is your first and last name?
Christina Sowers.
How do you spell it?
SOWERS. I'm so excited. I am so excited. They found that baby.
And what is your relationship, friendship?
It's my cousin. It's my mom's sister's family. Oh my gosh.
Just your thoughts hearing this wonderful news.
I can't wait.
I
can't expect him. Yeah, he had to be right here. He's 2 with no shoes. He had to be right here. That's why we weren't leaving. He's here, and we knew it.
They're the most beautiful family.
How thankful are you that he's okay?
Oh, I can't believe how thankful this support this town has come together, and the law enforcement and the animals, the horses, the people out of nowhere. I mean, driving home, I was just in tears at all the vehicles and everybody walking, the lights.
Friends. This is Dad's company over here.
In this
His
neighborhood.
dad works for he's got the whole crew came out.
Everybody from work, everybody.
All the teachers and the school staff today, you should have seen them
Everybody.
in line. They said if you're from the schools, you don't have to get a background, and it was just piles of them.
I think the fact that
so
it's
awesome.
24 hours.
You're looking here from
It
Eagle
was
8 HD.
so bad.
There
Nobody
is
got any
JJ.
sleep last night. Nobody
The
got.
raised boy's tough. He can
We were
survive
here.
it. It's
Yep.
just like
It was-
camping. Come on, it was a cool camping trip. Oh, they found
He's
him.
such a strong, beautiful little boy to be able to make it through.
Oh my gosh.
It's
thankful are you?
unbelievable. I'm so thankful. I'm just overwhelmed. I just can't wait to see the baby and the mama.
And your first and last name, and how do you spell it?
I'm Terry Smith, and I am.
Cousin?
No, it's my sister's grandchild, so it's my nephew. I don't know. My brain is.
Terry, T-E-R-R-I?
Why?
Why? Smith.
Smith. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you for helping and the support and being here.
So happy it didn't last a minute longer.
Oh, I know. I don't know if anybody goes.
No. We woke up this morning and we said today on sunlight.
That's right.
Sunlight today. That's it.
We were out of the house.
You say nothing else different. That's all you say.
It shows how people come together.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yes, they found him, and he is perfect.
So happy for you guys.
Thanks.
Incredible. We just saw that boy get reunited with his family.
No words.
No words.
To see that, and from what we could see, as the sheriff has said, from the distance from Eagle 8 HD, he looked okay. He looked fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's talking.
Incredible. Just absolutely incredible.
Here, let's go full screen. Here is JJ. And we'll try to, I'll bring up the ground audio here as well so that we can hear. I think we're about to see this on the ground shot and from Eagle. There is JJ. being carried past the law enforcement teams that have been pouring hours and hours into searching for him.
Donkey like following along. That's cute.
Wow. Cool.
There's some great people shooting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at the amount of attention that JJ is everyone is just huddling around, and you pray for this visual, you pray for this moment, you pray for this end to the story, and prayers were answered, Chris.
And we were just asking a few moments ago, was he going to the hospital? Was he going home? It looks like he's home now and likely home to stay. Maybe perhaps he was checked out in that ambulance just to make sure that he was all right. But you have to wonder too what JJ is thinking here. Does he understand at all the magnitude of anything that's happened? Likely not, right? He probably just thinks, wow, look at all these people here to celebrate. They're excited.
He's probably thinking, hey, it's a horsey.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he probably isn't exactly sure what exactly happened. But we heard a few moments ago from family members who, as we heard, they were just elated. They were elated that this has happened. They couldn't believe this has happened. This was certainly the ending that they were hoping for, but they were fearing they wouldn't get. But look at all of these people out here now who have come out to support and help, and it all paid off because they were able to find this little boy safe and sound. It really is incredible.
Eagle 8 HD making it right there as the discovery was happening. Again, dense fog was the reason that Eagle couldn't be there to participate in this morning's search efforts. It was difficult for any aircraft to see, but now Eagle getting there for this very special moment, a moment that this family will cherish and look to the heavens above and just say thank you for probably the rest of their lives.
Oh, absolutely.
And so it's a great point that JJ probably is a little confused, right, and a little probably overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Can you imagine for a moment being a 2-year-old and being out there there's not a lot of light out there. This is not really even the suburbs. It's not a city. It's not the suburbs. There's not a lot of light out there overnight. But what's interesting is that, and I'm wondering here. So this is just purely now. I'm taking off my reporter hat for a second. This is the child was found south of the middle school.
Mm-hmm.
You're wondering, was he trying to find? Was he just following light as he was wandering around in the darkness last night? Was he? The middle school is on one of the main roads there. I think it's Cobb Road, if I'm not mistaken. Was he just was he listening for sound so that he could get out of the woods? I'm looking here on Google Maps, and if he did go directly from the property to south of the middle school, he would have gone through a very wooded area, and Cobb Road is right there to the west. So look, only JJ knows, right, and we might never really fully understand because he's only 2 years old, but what an experience. It's probably, I can't remember being 2 years old. So he'll probably never remember this experience as well. His parents will, the family members, the entire community will, but JJ himself will likely never truly have these memories of what it was like surviving overnight in Hernando County.
But like the sheriff says, he'll have quite a story to tell, right, one day. And look, now that we have a happy ending, there were a million things here that could have gone wrong. There were a million things here that could have gone south, so to speak. And as you just described it, walking through the woods, a mile plus, looking for light, all sorts of things.
We're hearing some applause. Let's bring this up. Oh, it's the fire rescue vehicle, and people who are out. I want to show this here really quickly, very quick. People that are out by the roadway are just looking, and there's this perimeter that's been established. You can't go past this point because it's just for family and law enforcement, because down the road, if you walk past this area, you find this. So people are just cheering at anything right now. Volunteers, law enforcement, whomever it may be. But there is JJ being carried by a family member or friend back in the direction of the home, and just a sight for sore eyes.
And it will be very interesting today. Hopefully we will hear at some point from the person who found JJ and made that discovery. The sheriff saying earlier he wasn't certain if that was a member of law enforcement or a volunteer. No doubt we will find that out at some point here today, but we're very anxious to learn more about specifically where and how he was found.
just can't get over how this was the middle of the night and this boy was wandering around. More applause that you're hearing. If this child becomes a future Survivor contestant, I will not be surprised in the slightest. Okay,
Look, there are plenty of adults who would have a hard time in those circumstances, right? So for a 2-year-old to navigate that and be okay and just have a few scratches on him is really something.
We might be witnessing the next great Florida outdoorsman right in front.
All right, we're going to get back to the trial. Give me 1 second. 1 second. That is such great news. Oh my God.
To be back there, you didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdaugh, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up? Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right, so that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No.
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events? That
No, I don't.
Construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
All right. But you're saying you couldn't hear blackout shots, supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots, but I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap, but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case. Step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Oh, he totally gave a look. Totally gave a look. He said back in his chair, he's like, ugh. Prosecutor's good. He's really good. He's busted. Your give-a-damn's busted, Alec. Busted. You're welcome, Pebbles. All right, guys, I'm going to go take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Yeah. Go get a glass of water or something. Why am I in my car? Because I'm streaming. Because I'm working. Be right back.
No, we don't.
So when you have a story like this that ends this way, or it doesn't go in the way they typically go, it really is a moment to
All right, guys.
celebrate for this family.
I'm
and for
going
the
to play
community.
this
and again
until
to,
the court starts,
point
and I'll
out
switch it right back over.
what an incredible community where we live, because you saw how quick the people were to come out to help.
Let's bring up the audio here. Can I get a round of applause in the comment section for our brave men and women of law enforcement? Can we get some clap emojis going here? I mean, these are people that were looking for hours overnight in the air. They spent all of yesterday afternoon looking for this boy, and this morning getting up bright and early to
About a
assist
mile
in
and a half
in the
next to the middle
continuation of the
school.
search efforts. Can we get, hey man, law enforcement as well? We heard some thanks for us here at WFLA. That was very kind, but also too just a big shout out to law enforcement. My goodness, we salute the Hernando County Sheriff's Office and all the assisting agencies for helping. And yeah, my big question, Chris, I really want to know who found him. Yeah, it's where my mind is going. Yeah. Who found him? How it happened? That's going to be later on today on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. You want to know what the moment might have been like? That's what our reporters right now are currently pursuing. I got Jim here standing by. What's up?
He was barefoot the
Say
entire
that again?
time.
Okay, yeah, I did a track. It's around a mile. Yeah, about maybe a little bit less than a mile from the spot where
About a mile.
Where he was found.
No, someone found him.
It's incredible. And yeah, I think we will hear today. We'll get a lot more information throughout the day. I'm sure the sheriff or whoever out there, right? In terms of the person who found him, how he found him. We really want to hear that part.
Yeah, I'm dying. I cannot wait to, and I hope we can get an interview with that person, whether it was law enforcement or whether it was a volunteer. Maybe it was one of those groups. Wouldn't it be magical if it was one of those groups and it shows that even volunteers can assist in a situation like this? That would be a great end to the story. But it doesn't matter who found him. The fact that they did, and the fact that it was an effort that was collaborative between the community and between law enforcement. This is I hope that this is a story that reaches some other sections of the country that not only is able to provide hope, but also to how this can be a learning experience, both good and bad, how we can learn from this and make sure that future stories don't end tragically when it comes to a missing person, a missing child, or a missing toddler.
Right. And these cases, with the exception perhaps, as we were noting earlier, in terms of the notification, these cases that have endings like this are good lessons in terms of mobilizing volunteers, mobilizing law enforcement, mobilizing groups to cover the ground, cover the area. I mean, they did this in a very methodical way. And if we are going with the assumption here, which it is an assumption because we don't know for sure, that it was a volunteer group or a group of volunteers and law enforcement, a mix, but one of these groups that was out there looking that found them, then it shows, it gives lessons on how to do searches correctly. It gives searches on lessons on how to make sure that people are and volunteers are utilized in the best way possible. And that's something that these law enforcement agencies are used to doing. And it shows that in this case that was very helpful. I mean, all of those volunteers going out there, looking at every
Can you imagine being in the woods at night
was
not
incredible.
seeing
And you
anything?
noted earlier, they were vetting them. They were tying the crime scene tape on their legs, so we knew who was supposed to be.
They'll never do that again, probably.
All of that is lessons for other places, perhaps if they need them, right? On how to do this in a successful way.
Chris, I'm going to spotlight some commenters. You are more than welcome. I know that you were supposed to be off stream about an hour ago.
Yeah,
I promised you when you initially came on I was going to clear Chris.
And then I was like, I can't leave now. I can't leave now
with
all this, but I do need to hop off.
Chris Martinez, everybody. So look, WFLA Now community, the folks out there, give Chris Martinez a follow on social media. Your accounts are
WFLA Chris. Right? Is that my Twitter?
Yeah,
that's my Twitter.
So. Yeah, on Instagram, Facebook.
I don't tweet myself. That's why I don't know off the top of my head.
Chris Martinez, our morning anchor here at WFLA News Channel 8, alongside, of course, Avery, Deanne, Brianda, of course, Lee Spann, who we had on earlier on the stream, and Beth Rousseau, who's been doing a terrific job. Give Chris a follow, folks, on social media. Chris, thanks a whole lot for joining us.
Great to be here with you, especially today.
Yeah. You're my good luck. It's my first time having him here in the Stream Center. Folks, he's our good luck charm officially.
I'm gonna get called in more often, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm gonna be when I need some good news. I'm coming to Chris Martinez.
If it brings us good news, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I love 100%. I love it. Chris Martinez, folks, give him a follow. Everybody here, we're still live with Eagle 8 HD and showing you what is what's going on the ground. But the scene is starting to clear out. But really, the big question now is who found JJ? How was he found? And then there are also, yes, the more serious questions, the conversations to take place in the future, right? As far as how we learn from this experience. And that's for everyone, by the way. Okay. That goes for all of us. Okay. This is a learning opportunity for parents out there. Parents, Sheriff Al Nienhuis wanted you to know a very specific message that if your child ever disappears, don't wait. Missing children is it's hard to find.
That's even better. Found by a volunteer.
So serious of a situation for a local police department or for a local sheriff's office.
Thank the Lord.
They don't want you to wait. Sheriff Al Nienhuis said they'd much rather get a canceled call 90 seconds later, just so that they can get on the way, get to the property, get to the location. Do not wait. So it's a learning experience for parents. It's a learning experience for us in the media. How can we use social media? How can we use live streaming? How can we use our websites or apps? How can we use technology and the media to get the word out as quickly as possible to assist those in law enforcement, the law enforcement agencies in the areas that we cover? This is for local news stations across the country. How do we do better? And then, of course, for law enforcement, this was a collaborative effort that began on day 2. There was, of course, a lot of assisting agencies participating on day 1 of the search, but day 2 is when volunteers were part of the equation and part of the search efforts. And really, approximately 4 to 5 hours
as soon as
into the search on
Alex,
day 2, boom, we have
goes
results.
back on the stand, we'll switch
And
it
the
right
results we all
over.
prayed for, JJ being found alive. We're going to spend another 10 minutes on stream. The sole purpose of this 10 minutes is to, yes, we're going to pay attention to if we get any more details, any more word as to who found JJ. But also at the same time, this really the primary purpose for this next 10 minutes is to spotlight your comments. I did note in our comment section
You ran out asking
today,
for his mommy?
that there was a lot of finger pointing going on in our comment section. Look, as far as news reporters go, I'm as real as it gets when it comes to paying attention to our comments. Okay, this is what interactive journalism is all about. I'm paying attention to what you're saying out there, and I know that there was a lot of finger pointing going on, a lot of the blame game that was playing, back and forth in our comment section, and that's to be expected because on social media, it's almost expected now for people to want to have something to blame when a news story begins to
so many times,
and so it's normal now. It's something that we've come to expect as far as associating blame. But it is so important. Given a story just like
celebrate
this,
the
to remember
win right
we don't
now.
know everything.
Celebrate the win.
That's one of the reasons why WFLA Now exists, for us to help you navigate and help us navigate in real time through the unknown, so that we can separate fact from fiction and make sure that you're part of the process. So let's get back to some of the comments, and the sole purpose for these next 10 minutes is just to spotlight your hashtag KJB comments.
See, real men
on
wear
social
pink.
media, and I will try to get to as many as possible. Some people online are claiming that that he was found in the woods by a volunteer, and I don't want to put any names up on screen. We have to verify that information. So Megs, I see you on YouTube. I would love to share that. We have to vet it. We have to vet the information before we can share it. While I do see that, and I hope that is true. I hope that person found JJ, and I hope that it was a volunteer. It doesn't really matter to me who found him. The fact that we just found him is just a miracle. It doesn't matter if it was a deputy, an officer, a volunteer, a neighbor, a family member, a friend. It doesn't matter who it might have been. Just the fact that JJ was found is extraordinary and a miracle, and the news that we've been praying for.
Gold and white.
But I want to spotlight some more comments. Florida Aerial Media, hashtag KGB, he must have slept because he had bug bites on the soles of his feet, or feet, excuse me. That's very interesting. Did he fall asleep out there? Was he able to? Lee Spann, our meteorologist, was, actually, we've got a live report from Beth Russo. Stand by. Hold on, everybody. Live on your screen.
2-year-old that was missing for almost 24 hours, I should say. Deanne, thank goodness.
All right, we caught the tail end of this report. Beth doing a great job out there reporting. And so we'll come back. Oh, wow. We might have some video coming in of JJ being found. Hold on. Stand by. Yeah, we do.
Look. Video of him being found.
All right, everybody, stand by. I've just been alerted to some new video coming in. All right, I just looked at the video. It's video from a distance. You can't see too much, but it will be on WFLA.com. Apologies. We want to get back to our comments here in the stream center. And we'll show Eagle.
The eagle is in the air. The
Hernando
eagle
County
is in the air.
You guys are incredible, man. It's just awesome, the amount of volunteers that showed up this morning. Hernando County really deserves
this
a
until
moment.
Murdaugh gets done with his break.
Spotlight
It
how
was a
amazing those
15-minute
people
break.
were.
Should
More than
be
500
clicking over
volunteers showing
anytime.
up just to dedicate their time to help in the search efforts.
Yes,
It's just
Crystal.
every day folks wanting to be part of the solution, wanting to help out.
And the
law enforcement.
babysitter needs
What's
to
all
wake,
about.
make sure everyone's
Fernando
awake.
County, incredible. Let's get to some comments. Again, I want to just spotlight as many #AJB questions as and comments. Oh, so we might have a picture now. Is it on Facebook? Let's see. Hernando Sheriff, Facebook. That way I can get it to it quicker. I've had their Twitter page up all day, but maybe they're just posting stuff to Facebook. Let's see if we can find this. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, everybody. Why didn't they tweet this out? See, there aren't enough tabs that I can have open at once. So everyone, please forgive me. Missing toddler located by volunteer.
We understand that.
Missing toddler Joshua J.J. Rowlands has been located by one of our volunteer searchers. Everyone, please, if you were screaming at the live stream, pay attention to Facebook. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. People say in the stream center, why don't you have more screens? No, they never say that. They say, why do you have so many? Well, I need as many as possible to access all of these different accounts at once. But what I would like to do now is I would like to show everybody my computer screen. Let's see this here. And show everybody. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Check this out. Oh, wait, hold on. Can't do it yet. Stand by. Now I believe I can.
Too many buttons. 15-minute break.
Awesome. I will read this and then show you the photo. Missing toddler located by volunteer searcher. Missing toddler Joshua J.J. Rowlands located by one of our volunteer searchers. JJ is doing well considering he has been out in the elements all night. He's being transported by paramedics so he can be checked over. We have attached a photo of the rescue. And then here is the photo. Okay, so you can see those might be some gnarly bug bites, and he might need some ointment. He also looks like he might have some scratches from being in the wilderness, but he looks like he's got a bit of a smile on his face, or at least a look of relief on his face, right?
We're at 15 minutes, so it should be popping over any time.
Hey, there's the Batman shirt we've been talking about. I must have said Batman shirt 40 times yesterday, maybe another 40 this morning. And then the dark gray shorts that he was wearing as well. This man can.
Please be seated.
I remind everyone in the courtroom that there is to be no reaction to the testimony. No jeers, cheers, no reaction at all by anyone in the courtroom. You'll bring the jury.
On record before the jury comes in.
Bring
There'll be an
the
opportunity
jury.
to put something on the record. If it's regarding an objection, it can be done later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
When you picked up that chicken, was there any blood on it?
I don't believe so.
Did you wash your hands or all?
At that point in time, I don't believe that I did.
When you say you were there, you said Maggie was nearby you. Is that correct?
Right by me.
Was she messing with the hose at all?
At that time, no, she was not.
Did she mess with it the entire time that you were there, according to your new facts today?
While I was there, she did not touch. She was not fooling with a hose at all.
I'm gonna move this thing along. I'm gonna put up on the screen states 519, which is the condensed timeline. If I could have computer input, please. That's the condensed timeline, Mr. Griffin. Coming out all right. You see that up there, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
All right, I'm on page 5. You see that cell tower map there?
That's up on my screen.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdaugh. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels, according to the new facts that you testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have.
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going, now, it wouldn't be, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time, or if I was going, even on the property, if I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all. I mean, you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot.
Right.
And you have to find the spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there.
I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
Based on this, but unlike your photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I do not specifically remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
No, I remember having my last conversation with Maggie.
Looking at this screen, you have the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
No, that's what this data appears to show.
And looking at the data, moving on to page 7, you have Paul arriving about 7:04. Is that correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well, that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate. I
Okay.
think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
You would agree, though, that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle.
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that.
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if I could, if that could be refuted. And I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
No, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday and today, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. Then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. Is that consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out, sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around. We'd look at stuff. We'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones. We may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Papa and I were doing that day.
And 8:05 to 8:09. Would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
If that's what these records show, I see I took steps. These records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I left the shop and went to the house when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps that you say when you got to the house is 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit with your new story that you testified yesterday and today. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying, what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And I mean, that may or may not be right. But what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me? I'm not sure, but when I left him, I believe that when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it.
Which is where?
I believe on the side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time, no, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Alameda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
I do.
But you don't remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Ward, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in right on this corner or right there. You know, yeah. I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table. You go by, go into the couch. I may have taken it to the bathroom. When I took a shower, it may have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower. So I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That console story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the new story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
Which question? Here, I'll answer the first one first. No, I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right, but you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in, you put it in the Suburban. Don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
All right, you say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09.
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps, but as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise, that's not a precise, you heard the testimony, you know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in the white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck? Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower, whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower. I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly. So I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay. Going over to page 16, you would agree with me that the data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, you see the purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes.
I
and
do
then
see,
you go
I
down
see,
to-
I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
Okay. So would you concede that that appears to be when she arrived?
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that, I mean, it was very normal for Maggie when she's driving to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back or Buster or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie, is that what you're saying? At the house? at
I
this
believe
point in
so.
time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe. And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to get to the shower.
So you say if Paul he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said? Mr. Murdaugh, is that what you said?
Sir?
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie? Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But again, looking back at this data point, 808, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Okay.
And it also shows that circle that folks testified to, what the range of what it could be within. So, I mean, it clearly could be.
Look at that circle. Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. But also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So, you know, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there. But when I went to get in the shower, he wasn't in the house. And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
All right. You agree at the bottom of page 16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir. That's what the data shows.
Oops, hit the wrong button. And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels.
Well, yes, sir. I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's the kennel video, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
After that, you agree that Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps being taken?
That's what the data shows, yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing a lot of steps.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but I was getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
Going to the bathroom?
no, I don't think that I
Get on a
went
treadmill?
to the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jog in place?
No, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave for my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you say you laid down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
I don't know if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room. Went back in that.
Doing what? You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I know that I was getting up and I was leaving. I was going to check on my mom. But specifically what I was doing, I don't know. I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is doing anything, as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns, putting guns in a raincoat, and I can promise you that I wasn't doing any of that.
Okay. Also, during this 4 minutes where you've got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because that in that same time period, you see this red line right here, where over that 4 minute period, all those steps were taken. That's also when you're calling, making all these phone calls, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, I made the
So
phone
you're running
calls.
this place and making phone calls? Is that what you're?
You're allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question. Please. Thank you.
All right.
You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't remember what you were doing?
Well, I was making phone calls and that shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right. So not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls from me.
Do you know why so many phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when law enforcement downloaded your phone on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdaugh?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these calls are missing, but you had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my phone. Mr. Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for me has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening, that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie. Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement?
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked about it, then
No, you brought
Sure.
it up, didn't you?
I did.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up, brought up
Your
what?
phone, Mr. Murdaugh, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yes.
That I brought up phone calls to Maggie to David Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your phone and started looking at it, that you brought that up? Do you recall that?
Well, but that's not what you asked, Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about? And that was the discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls. But that's not what you said, so just to be clear.
Well, the real reason, Mr. Murdaugh, is that you as a lawyer and prosecutor are up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
That's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case. Right around the time that you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember what you were specifically doing to generate 283 steps while you're making all these phone calls in the same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what you
fact
were doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
Well, that's because that's what I was doing.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. You made those calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period. You had just seen them a few minutes ago when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
Making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close. And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey, guys, I'm heading over there?
It wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I believe I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute, I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd, it is unusual that they never call me back. But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call, when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe as she could be.
she should. Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
I
About
can't-
going to Alameda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw Paw.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure. And he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen. And for a 22-year-old to start having swollen feet concerned both of us. And it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Alameda at all?
No.
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Alameda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. That whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
I
don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right. But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the text that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not correct.
All right. So you heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify to just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
All right. And your defense put in this exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong input here. I'll just hold it up. You've seen this text?
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home, and I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Edisto. And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now, that Maggie was already undecided. Now, I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
you're
that tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
So you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day asking her to come home, specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't she?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying. And to be clear, I'm certain that if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her and probably Grady.
All right. Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why did you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until I think the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right. She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone, and I wanted them to know where I was.
Okay.
Which is what we do.
And you got to Alameda around 9:22?
believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Made some more phone calls along the way.
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson.
I did call Chris Wilson.
Had a short conversation with him. Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the records show.
About 131 seconds. That sound about right?
If that's what the records show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talked to
right.
Miss Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through these things, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, that there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my OnStar is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing. It made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. What made her feel uncomfortable? Do you remember that testimony, sir?
What's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that, David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, the next time I was with Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right. I'm consistent about that, because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child, and asking me about my clothes. You dang right it was important.
It was important, right?
And you dang right I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because of David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
You can see that you're underway about 9:42, heading back.
I
9:42 to 9:43.
I do.
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah. Sorry.
It looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05.
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Alameda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house. I went from Alameda to the house to the kennels.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. I pulled up and I saw Maggie and Pawpaw. I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So,
But you were
what
very-
you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happens?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said. Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911. Because I can pretty well remember vividly when I checked Paw, I was already on the phone with 911.
Looking at this data, to show the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
Yes, sir.
10:05:57. The Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Warden.
At 10:05:57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up. I saw them. And I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain that then I went back and that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor this point, but then what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
Sure.
All right, sir. I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we can correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Confrence County. I'm misled. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain. And I ran over to Maggie. And actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
Around the corner. Is that who you're talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question, I mean, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911, that's not what I said then. And that's not what I remember now.
So you're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I mean, I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time between getting there and calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan, and you said that he lived right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Beaufort a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Beaufort?
Yes, he had asked me that. But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night, I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John, and Rogan was the next best alternative.
Okay.
And Rogan is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Around Paul when you walked up.
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said.
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again.
You said, I was at the house.
and I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house.
Who played?
You want me to back it up some more?
Well,
Yeah, we can keep listening to it.
Anything around now? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
no, sir, but I don't
So you
think.
made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point.
Okay, tell me why not.
Because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so.
At what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that.
It was in this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay, was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They were treating me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said in this interview that it clicked that I'm gonna lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, those things that had gone on, the things that people had said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander, was one who said that. I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill, I'm not positive. I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball or Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
You
But
also
I'm not
left
positive.
out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
And so you're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor, and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not an accurate.
Because that's not what
statement.
that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, that's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie?
No.
As a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters, but
How am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because
I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
no, sir, that's not what I said.
All right,
So,
well, say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. Those guys had to prop me up, help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. They were trying to help me. But before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Murdaugh, checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket. I was the person who found Maggie and Paul, my distrust for SLED, all of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paul contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is, I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it's later.
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you'd already talked to your law partners and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and
I'm not-
blaming
no.
Chief Alexander now as well for your lies.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Be given an opportunity to answer the question.
Objection.
Can finish your last answer.
All right. Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me. So I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one single
I'm
thing.
not isolating anything. I've mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for
No,
your
sir.
decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said, I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series, hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr.
Okay.
Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen. Is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owens.
At what point did you be able to chuck the pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? Do you have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
We've heard that. I just want to be clear, though. at least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision.
Obviously,
but it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this, because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Confrence County. I'm misled. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand. Yeah. So you don't have any problem with it.
So
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood that he had to ask questions and you do what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Ron, this might be a good time for a break.
Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the jury, we'll break till 2:15. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Mr. Murdaugh, you may step down. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during lunch. And Mr. Griffin, we'll address whatever matter you want to place on the record when we return. Yes. Sir.
1 second.
All right, 1 second before everybody moves. So I guess everyone can be seated. Yes, sir. Sure.
Wonder what are they doing? That's what I was wondering, Tracy.
Being recessed to 1:15.
1:15, 15-minute break. Something's going on. It's true, you're right. Or Tori, rather, sorry. This is crazy. Yeah, I thought he was going to lunch now because he said 2:15. But who knows? I'm going to be so glad. Like, I just want this to be completely over with now, to be honest with you. And I just want him to go to jail for what he did. Yeah, they get a lunch. Ollie, ollie, oxen free. Get out here. Well, I mean, either way, he should go to prison for life. I used to think that was funny to say that when I was a kid. Do the jurors get to go to smoke if they want to? No. Unless it's maybe on their smoke break, but no. I mean, on their lunch break. Which I would be like, I would have probably just lit my head on fire by then. And then, like, okay, I'm smoking. It's like a 3-year-old trying to, oh my God, it's terrible. Just the other one who did that. Everyone else is like, what's up with your name? Oh, of course, I know that. Ollie, ollie, oxen free. Get out here, you little shit. I get it. You can tell we're probably around the same age then. Yeah. I'd have just lit something to my blonde hair. I'd have been like, fire up. He needs to take lessons from Casey Anthony. You know, he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. I mean, he's lied his way out of so much stuff. He's lied his way out of so much stuff. Is the death penalty in his state? South Carolina has the death penalty, I believe, but they haven't used it for several years. So let me know. I thought about doing a night or two of debates, if you guys like debates. Talking about, like, for instance, I've already worked on this. I haven't even, I kind of put it back, and then I still have all the work that I've done on it and stuff. But doing debates, one is if you believe, like, someone who is believes in the death penalty and someone who is totally against the death penalty. And what happens is I literally, not just, I mean, this isn't my opinion. I don't give my really opinion on much of it. I mean, I'll say, but it's really down the line is what I give you, the pros and the cons. And it's not the pros and the cons that I think. It is literally by the book, the pros and the cons of the death penalty. You love debates? I love debates personally. So, because I think we can learn from both sides. I really do. Buster most likely knew. You like listening to debates? Well, it gives, like, the first one, that the debate I was going to do was actually about the death penalty. Do you agree with it, or are you opposed of it? And I actually learned a lot about the side that I wasn't on, and it made me, because I was just down the line, I was just like, this is the way I feel. And I was really surprised about how I kind of felt by it once I really opened myself up to it and thought about it. Because usually we just make a decision, and because we feel a certain way sometimes, but we really don't even look at the other side a lot of times. And debates are interesting. I like to hear other opinions and perspectives, depending on the story. Yeah. In 2021, South Carolina passed a law making electric chair the default method in South Carolina. They're trying to make it, I think it was in South Carolina or one of them, that, what is it, firing squad again, stuff like that. We should weigh the other side. Absolutely, Trutori. I mean, I mean, listen, I always try to put myself in another person's position and try to think how I would feel. And I was completely for the death penalty. But now I am, but I'll tell you what, I see it's been a while since I've done this work, but I think it was 2013. There was 4 that was on the death. It was in either death row or they were killed. 2013 or 2015, maybe. I think it was 2013. But they were either on death row or they were killed, and they were completely innocent. Completely innocent. I mean, the debates that I was going to bring to you, like, they really make you stop and think about how the other side feels. And they, there's quotes about people from politicians and stuff, religious affiliates who are pro death penalty, and then there's the exact same that politicians, priests, all of that, religious affiliates that are against, and it shows you some of their quotes. And Daisy, you are exactly right. There are some people that says it's not our place to, and to be quite honest with you, I don't know how I feel now about it, to be quite honest with you. There are some that I believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that should get, they're just the most evil of evil. Yes, but that's the Old Testament. We live in the New Testament. You see, it gotta make you think. And that's also if you believe that in the Bible. It's that's why they always say there is his truth, her truth, and then the truth, right? And it's down the middle, and the truth usually is somewhere in the middle, because I think the older I get, the more I realize that you shouldn't be extreme in anything, in how you, in my opinion, how you live, how you do anything. It's like everything in moderation, and moderation in moderation. That's true, Leonard. Once I thought it. through my spiritual awakening. Once I went through my spiritual, totally different. Yeah. Moderation is best. Yes. I actually don't even believe you should be, unless you're like a nun or a priest or something like that. Like even religion, you still have to be in the world, I guess you could say. At least you can sleep tonight, Justin, since JJ was found. I know I'm so tired, to be quite honest with you. The Bible is the best book ever. Canada abolished the death penalty. However, there are evil criminals in jail that deserve the death penalty. And you see, Precious, like, this is the thing. This is the thing about the United States. We are somewhere, we are actually in the middle versus, you go to radical East countries and they will put you to death if somebody just says, "Oh, well, you're dead, you're gone," and then you go to like some European countries, and they will say no death penalty, none, never. And so we are kind of there in the middle as a country. We still have the death penalty, but we are moving further and further away from it in this country. More states don't have the death penalty now than does have the death penalty. I think, can I be the person who carries it out? I don't think it's how. Yeah. Mexico, yeah. So, we're not that radical East, Eastern countries, and we're not totally European. Because to be honest with you, like, how we perceive crime and stuff varies from country to country, because like there are times that I'll see in Canada or in the European countries, like people will get, in my opinion, a slap on the wrist for murder or something. They'll get just like a few years or whatever, like the most evil of evil. And I'm like, what's the point? He didn't even spend the rest of his life in jail. And I feel like, well, they've, been too easy on him. But then it's just how we view each country. I didn't know the name 40 years ago when my daughter was born, but I came to really think it's such a cute name. In death penalty, aren't several people involved, so no one knows who did the final act? No, not anymore. I mean, now there's, if it's lethal injection, it's a nurse or two there and a doctor and then witnesses. Now, if it's by like firing squad, that's different. You know, one will have the bullet and the others probably won't, right? But that's a very rare occurrence in this country. What time zone are they in? They're on the Eastern. Same as I'm in. You know, and now with the death penalty, they're saying that, you know, the drugs, which they have really cut back on the death penalty since COVID happened, because some of the drugs that they was needing to use for the death penalty, they put it on hold, and that medicine went toward COVID patients that they had held up. And you know, it's the first person who died by lethal injection, it was from fentanyl. Literally just like fentanyl, which now they give you like 3 different medications, one to put you out, one to make you, like, I guess, relax or whatever, and the other one to stop your heart beating or breathing or whatever. So I don't know. I think fentanyl's like really cheap and you're not going to feel anything. You don't need Albertino. They are in jail until the day they die. Life sentence is 25 years unless you are deemed a dangerous offender, which Paul is. You will never get parole. You die behind bars. Good. Yes, it is. But there are certain types of, some states let you choose. I think it's like Nevada or Utah, they'll let you choose. And I think in like 2013 or 2014, there was someone who chose to be by firing squad. You know, you could choose firing squad, gas chamber, which gas chamber is almost completely done because it's extraordinarily expensive to maintain the chamber and all that stuff. I think it's expensive paying for someone else serving life in prison, yet most states can't afford psychiatric hospitals. Very true. Court has resumed. It should be resuming then. In Canada, we don't allow charge with murder or any other serious. You sit in jail until your trial date. Let me just make sure this is. It hasn't resumed here. Let me just make sure we're good. Nope. Still hasn't resumed. They should. Well, he first said that they were going on lunch, and then he said 15 minutes. One lunch until 2:15. He said we'll be back in 15 minutes. Getting off on all charges. I don't think that'll happen at all. No. Nope. 2 minutes in. Okay, let me rewind it and see what the judge says.
A matter of seconds.
State your full name for me, please.
We'll be in recess to 1:15.
He says 1:15, and then he goes, so maybe he means 2:15. Because 1:15 is way past. I think he means 2:15. Let's see how long ago that was. Yeah, he's got to mean that because it's been 25 minutes. Yeah. It's got to be till 2:15. Okay. All right, guys. I have to pick my kids up around that time, so yeah, I know. It's going to be a while. I think because he's going to prison regardless at this point for the 80 financial crimes, the dream. See, I've wondered about that also, Ollie. But it, to me, he's guilty of sin on this thing, but, I'm not a juror. So, yep, I'll be back later tonight. I will be back later tonight. You'll see me all weekend. All right, we'll have fun tonight and do some stuff. He needs to be held accountable for this, though. They need justice. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-frackin-lutely. I see some channels have down 145. I don't think the judge was clear, you know what I mean? So, all right, guys, I love you all. I'll see you guys back this evening, probably around 4:30, 5 o'clock Eastern. Loves. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye.